There are nights when the mind feels finished, not restless, not racing, just worn out from carrying too much meaning. If you are here tonight, perhaps it is not because you need answers. Perhaps it is because you are tired of needing them. A tired mind does not ask for clarity. It asks to be laid down. So tonight, you don't need to understand anything. You don't need to follow the stories. You don't need to stay aware. You are allowed to drift, to fade, to sleep. In Buddhism, there is a quiet knowing. Peace does not arrive when life is explained. It arrives when explanation is no longer required. As you listen, let the words be like background sound. They are not instructions. They are not lessons. They are simply company, while the mind slowly unhooks from the day. If thoughts appear, let them pass. If memories surface, let them soften. Nothing needs to be resolved before sleep. Notice the body now, the weight of your head, the stillness in your hands, the steady support beneath you. Breathing happens without your help, and that is enough. Tonight's first story is about someone who spent their whole life trying to make sense of things and learned very gently that rest begins when sense-making ends. Let the eyes soften. Let the jaw loosen. And when you are ready, without effort, we begin Story 1. The man who wanted life to make sense. There was a man named Caleb who wanted life to make sense. Not in a dramatic way. Not because he was unhappy. He simply believed that everything happened for a reason. If something went well, he tried to understand why. If something went wrong, he searched for the lesson. Nothing was allowed to be just what it was. Caleb read books, listened carefully, reflected often. People described him as thoughtful. Inside, he felt quietly exhausted. Every moment seemed to ask something of him. What does this mean? What should I learn? How does this fit? Even at night, when the world grew still, his mind continued to organize experience. Not fast, not chaotic, just endlessly. One evening, after a day that felt strangely empty, Caleb sat alone watching the light fade. Nothing bad had happened, and yet he felt disappointed, not at life, at himself. He could not explain it. The disappointment had no story, and that unsettled him. So he did what he always did. He tried to interpret it, but the feeling did not respond. It remained quiet, uncooperative. That night, Caleb dreamed of walking through a wide valley. There were signs everywhere, signs pointing in different directions. signs explaining the landscape, signs describing the sky. He stopped reading them. For the first time in the dream, he simply stood. The valley did not explain itself, and nothing was lost. Caleb woke with a strange feeling in his chest. Not clarity, relief. As you listen now, you do not need to understand this story. Let it move slowly. Let the mind rest from interpretation. In the next part of this story, Caleb will meet someone who does not explain life at all, and yet seems deeply at peace. For now, let the breath be natural. Let the body remain heavy. In the days that followed the dream, Caleb noticed something subtle. The world felt the same, but his relationship to it did not. He still woke in the morning, still completed his tasks, still spoke kindly to others. Yet beneath all of it, there was a quiet tension, a sense that something was no longer working. Caleb found himself pausing more often, standing in doorways, looking out of windows, letting moments pass without immediately turning them into meaning. At first, this made him uncomfortable. If he did not explain what he felt, how would he know who he was? If he did not interpret events, how would they matter? One afternoon, feeling unsettled by this shift, Caleb took a long walk along a narrow path that led away from the town. The path wound gently through fields and low hills, eventually reaching a small, quiet settlement few people visited. At the edge of the settlement, Caleb noticed an old woman sitting beneath a tree. She was not reading, not meditating, not doing anything that looked purposeful. She was simply sitting. Caleb hesitated, then greeted her politely. She looked up and smiled, as if she had been expecting him, though she had no reason to. They sat together without speaking for a while. Caleb waited for something to happen, an insight, a question, a teaching. Nothing came. Finally, unable to tolerate the silence, Caleb spoke. "I feel like I'm missing something," he said. The woman nodded slowly. "Most people who come here say that," she replied. Caleb felt a flicker of hope. "I'm trying to understand my life," he continued, "but lately, the explanations feel empty." The woman did not respond right away. She reached down, picked up a small leaf, and let it fall from her hand. It drifted briefly, then landed on the ground. "Did that need an explanation?" she asked. Caleb watched the leaf. "No," he said. "Did it lose anything by not having one?" she asked. Caleb was quiet. For the first time, he noticed how tired he was from asking life to justify itself. The woman spoke again. "Meaning is useful," she said, "but it becomes heavy when you try to carry it all the time." She looked at Caleb gently. Some moments are complete without being understood. They sat together as the light shifted and the air grew cooler. Caleb noticed how the silence did not feel empty. It felt restful. His mind still tried to comment, "This is important. This must mean something." But the thoughts felt softer now, less convincing. As evening approached, Caleb stood to leave. "I don't know what to do with this," he admitted. The woman smiled. "You don't have to do anything," she said. "Just stop asking every moment to explain itself." That night, when Caleb lay down to sleep, his mind returned to its old habits. It tried to make sense of the conversation. It searched for a lesson. And then something new happened. Caleb noticed the effort itself, the strain of always turning experience into something useful. He exhaled slowly. For the first time in a long while, he allowed a moment to remain unfinished. Sleep did not arrive immediately, but the struggle softened. As you listen now, you do not need to understand what this story means. You do not need to interpret it. Just notice how it feels to let something remain open. In the next part of this story, Caleb will experience a moment where life refuses to make sense at all. And in that refusal, he will discover a deeper kind of rest. For now, let the body be heavy. Let the mind rest from meaning. In the weeks that followed, Caleb tried to live the way he always had. He woke early, completed his work, spoke thoughtfully, but something had shifted underneath. Moments no longer lined up neatly. A conversation would end without a conclusion. An afternoon would pass without teaching him anything. And instead of feeling enriched, Caleb felt uneasy. He realized how deeply he had relied on meaning to feel secure. If something made sense, he could rest. If it didn't, his mind stayed alert. One evening, Caleb received news that unsettled him. A friend he had not seen in many years had passed away suddenly. There was no warning, no explanation. The news arrived quietly, then stayed. Caleb sat alone that night, trying to respond the way he always did. He searched for understanding. What lesson was there? What purpose could this serve? What was he meant to learn? Nothing came. The questions echoed, but gave no answers. And the more Caleb searched, the heavier his chest became. He noticed something important then. Meaning was not comforting him. It was exhausting him. For the first time, Caleb did not try harder. He stopped. He sat in the stillness, and let the loss be meaningless, not insignificant, not forgotten, just not explained. Tears came slowly, not dramatic, not overwhelming. They came because nothing needed to be resolved. They came because something mattered without a reason. That night, Caleb slept more deeply than he had in years, not because he understood anything, but because he stopped demanding that life explain itself. The next morning, the world looked ordinary. The sky was the same, the streets unchanged, and yet Caleb felt lighter, not happy, relieved. Over time, he noticed how often life refused to make sense. A smile from a stranger that meant nothing. A beautiful moment that passed too quickly. A sadness that arrived without invitation. And slowly, Caleb learned to let these moments exist without commentary. In Buddhism, there is a gentle insight. Suffering increases when we insist that every experience justify itself. Peace arrives when we allow life to be unedited. Caleb did not abandon meaning entirely. He simply stopped forcing it. At night, when thoughts arose, he noticed the familiar urge. What does this mean? Why am I feeling this? And sometimes, he answered softly, it doesn't need to mean anything. Those nights, sleep came easily. Other nights, it did not. And even then, Caleb rested, because rest no longer depended on understanding. As you listen now, you may notice your own mind relaxing from the effort to interpret. Let that happen. You do not need to carry meaning into sleep. In the final part of this story, Caleb will return to the valley from his dream and discover that life has nothing left to explain. For now, let the breath move freely. Let the body sink. One quiet afternoon, Caleb returned to the valley from his dream, not because he expected anything to happen, not because he was searching. He simply felt drawn there. The path was familiar now, wide, open. There were no signs this time, no arrows, no explanations, just the land stretching out under a pale sky. Caleb walked slowly, then stopped. He did not look around for meaning. He did not ask himself how he felt. He simply stood, breathing. The valley did not respond. It did not offer insight. It did not teach him anything. And in that quiet refusal, Caleb felt something settle. He noticed how much energy he had spent asking life to speak back, to reassure him, to confirm him, to explain itself. Standing there, he realized something gently. Life had never promised to make sense. It had only promised to be here, and that was enough. Caleb sat down on the grass and rested his hands on the ground. The earth was cool, solid, unconcerned. For the first time, he felt connected without understanding why. No lesson formed, no realization crystallized, and nothing was missing. When evening came, Caleb walked home with no need to remember the day. That night, as he lay down to sleep, his mind grew quiet on its own. Thoughts still appeared, but they did not ask to be followed. Questions rose, then dissolved. Sleep arrived softly, like a hand lowering a lamp. Story 1 ends here. Not with an answer, but with permission. Permission to let moments be unfinished. Permission to let life remain unexplained. As you rest now, you do not need to carry any of this with you. The story has already done what it needed to do. Let the words fade. Let the body grow heavy. In the next story, we will meet someone who learned that even peace can become tiring when we try too hard to hold on to it. For now, rest. The one who tried to stay calm. There was a woman named Hannah who was known for being calm. In difficult situations, she stayed composed. When others reacted strongly, she softened her voice. When conflict appeared, she stepped back. People admired her. They often said, "You're so peaceful." What they did not see was how much effort that peace required. Hannah believed that calmness was something she had to maintain. If irritation appeared, she corrected it. If sadness arose, she breathed through it. If anger flickered, she reminded herself to let it go. Nothing was allowed to stay for long. Over time, this constant adjusting began to wear her down, not emotionally, energetically. Hannah felt tired in a quiet way, a tiredness that did not improve with rest. Even when she slept, there was a subtle vigilance, as if she needed to wake up calm, as if peace could be lost if she wasn't careful. One night, after a long day of holding herself together, Hannah lay awake in bed, listening to her own breath. In, out. The breath was calm, her body was still, and yet something felt strained. She noticed it then. She was trying to be peaceful, and that effort was exhausting her. The realization surprised her. She had always believed that effort was necessary. Without effort, wouldn't she fall apart? Wouldn't emotions take over? Wouldn't she become someone she didn't want to be? These questions followed her into the next day. During a walk at dusk, Hannah wandered beyond her usual path and found herself at the edge of a small monastery. The gate was open. Inside, the courtyard was quiet. A single monk was watering plants slowly, each movement unhurried, almost careless. Hannah watched him for a long moment. There was no visible calmness in his posture, no careful breathing, no deliberate stillness, and yet he felt deeply at ease. When he noticed Hana, he nodded gently. She bowed slightly and spoke without planning. "I'm tired," she said. The monk looked at her without surprise. "Tired of what?" he asked. Hana hesitated. She had many answers: work, people, life, but none of them felt true. "Tired of staying calm," she finally said. The monk paused, then smiled softly. "That is very common," he replied. They sat together on a low stone bench. The evening light shifted slowly, unconcerned. Hana noticed how difficult it felt to sit without adjusting herself. Her back straightened, her breath smoothed. The monk noticed. "You don't have to arrange yourself," he said quietly. Hana let her shoulders drop. Immediately, a wave of discomfort rose. "I should be calmer. I shouldn't feel this." The monk spoke again. "Peace does not come from removing disturbance," he said. "It comes from allowing it to pass through." Hana listened, but something resisted. If she allowed disturbance, wouldn't it stay? The monk seemed to sense this. "Have you noticed," he continued, "that the more you try to stay calm, the more tired you become?" Hana felt the truth of this in her body. Her calmness had become a job, a responsibility, a performance. That evening, the monk asked her to try something unfamiliar. "Tonight," he said, "do not try to be peaceful. Just be honest with what appears." The instruction felt wrong, dangerous, and yet relieving. As you listen now, you may recognize this tiredness, the tiredness of managing yourself, of staying balanced, of holding calm in place. For now, you do not need to release it. Just notice how it feels to stop maintaining. In the next part of this story, Hana will discover what happens when calmness is allowed to break, and how a deeper rest appears underneath. For now, let the body be heavy. Let the breath move without correction. That night, Hana returned home with the monk's words still echoing softly. "Do not try to be peaceful." The sentence felt strange, almost irresponsible. For so long, peace had been something she guarded carefully. Without effort, she feared everything would spill out. When she lay down, her body did what it always did. It settled neatly. Breath slowed, muscles softened. From the outside, it looked like rest. Inside, there was tension, a quiet pressure to remain composed. Hana noticed irritation arise. Nothing dramatic, just a small tightening in the chest. Normally, she would breathe it away. Tonight, she didn't. She let it be there. At first, the irritation grew. like a wave testing its space. Her mind reacted immediately. "This isn't good. You should calm down." Hana noticed the thought and did nothing. She stayed with the sensation instead of correcting it. The irritation peaked, then shifted, not vanished. Shifted. It became warmth, then heaviness, then tiredness. Hana felt surprised. The feeling had moved without her help. Another emotion surfaced. Sadness. Old, unlabeled. It rested quietly behind her eyes. Normally, this was where she would intervene. Remind herself to be grateful, to stay balanced. Tonight, she let the sadness stay. Tears formed slowly, not overwhelming, gentle, and when the tears passed, there was space, not peace, honesty. Hana realized something important. Her calmness had not been peace. It had been control. And control, no matter how gentle, is exhausting. In Buddhism, there is a subtle understanding. When emotions are allowed to move, they complete themselves. When they are managed, they linger. Hana drifted in and out of sleep that night, sometimes aware, sometimes not. Each time she noticed herself awake, she did not try to settle. She allowed whatever was present to be present. Irritation appeared again, then faded. Restlessness came, then softened. Nothing stayed. Nothing needed help. By morning, Hana felt different, not lighter, not happier, more real. During the day, she noticed how often she tried to smooth herself out. A small frustration at work, a tight smile, a controlled response. This time, she did not remove these moments. She allowed them to pass naturally, and they did, without becoming problems, without defining her. That evening, she returned to the monastery. The monk was sweeping leaves from the courtyard. She watched for a while, then spoke. "I thought calm meant nothing happens," she said. The monk leaned on his broom. "Calm means nothing is blocked," he replied. Hana felt something loosen inside her chest. They sat together again. This time, Hana did not arrange herself. Her posture shifted naturally. Her breath varied. The monk said nothing. Silence held them both. Hana noticed emotions rise and pass, without effort, without permission. She understood now. Peace was not something to maintain. It was what remained when nothing was restrained. As you listen now, you may feel emotions moving gently. You do not need to guide them. Let them complete themselves. In the next part of this story, Hana will face a moment where calm completely disappears and discover that rest does not leave with it for now. Let the words slow. Let the body remain supported. A few days later, Hana was tested. Not by anything dramatic, not by crisis, but by something small. A conversation that did not go well. A comment that felt sharp in a way she could not explain. Normally, this was where Hana's calm would step in. She would soften her tone, adjust her reaction, smooth the moment over. This time, she noticed anger rise, clear, warm, undeniable. For a moment, fear followed. If I let this be here, what will happen? Her body tensed. The old habit reached for control. Breathe it away, stay composed. But something in her paused. She remembered the night she let irritation and sadness move. She remembered how nothing bad had happened, so she did something unfamiliar. She felt the anger, not the story, not the justification, the sensation, heat in the chest, tightness in the arms, a forward pull in the body. She did not act on it. She did not suppress it. She simply stayed. The anger rose, hovered, and then slowly lost its shape. It did not explode. It did not turn into words. It became energy, then tiredness. Hana felt exhausted afterward, but it was a clean exhaustion, not the drained feeling that comes from holding back, the honest tiredness that comes from allowing. That night, when Hana lay down, she noticed how different her body felt. Heavy, soft, not arranged. Thoughts appeared, but they felt distant. Her breath moved unevenly. She did not fix it. She let sleep come when it wanted to. She drifted, woke briefly, drifted again. Each time awareness returned, she noticed the same thing. There was nothing to correct. Calm was not missing. It was simply no longer forced. In the middle of the night, Hana dreamed. She was standing beside a river. The water moved quickly, sometimes smooth, sometimes rough. For years, she had tried to still the surface. Now, she stood and watched it flow. The river did not become calm, but it did not overwhelm her either. She woke with that image still present. In the days that followed, Hana noticed a quiet change. She still preferred peace, still valued gentleness, but she no longer chased them. When irritation appeared, she allowed it. When sadness surfaced, she stayed. When joy came, she did not cling. Emotions began to move like weather, passing through without leaving debris. Her tiredness changed. It no longer felt like depletion. It felt like the body finally allowed to rest after honest movement. One evening, she sat alone as the light faded. She noticed how calm had returned. Not the calm she worked for. The calm that arrives after nothing is blocked. In Buddhism, this is sometimes pointed to gently. True peace is not the absence of waves. It is the willingness to let them pass. As you listen now, you may feel your own emotions quietly shifting. You do not need to name them. You do not need to improve them. Let them move. In the final part of this story, Hana will realize that calmness is not a state she enters, but the natural condition that remains when effort is no longer required. For now, let the breath be as it is. Let the body rest from holding peace together. Hana did not become a different person. She still preferred quiet mornings, still chose gentle words, still valued harmony. But something essential was no longer there. The pressure, the quiet command to keep everything smooth. When tension arose now, she noticed it early. Not to stop it, just to recognize it. And when emotions moved, she no longer followed them with fear. She trusted them to finish on their own. One evening, weeks after her first visit, Hana returned to the monastery. The courtyard looked the same. The plants had grown slightly. The stones were warmer. The monk was sitting quietly, hands resting on his knees. She sat beside him without saying anything. They stayed like that for a long time. Finally, the monk spoke. "You look less tired," he said. Hana considered this. "I still feel things," she replied, "sometimes strongly." The monk nodded. "That is not tiredness," he said. "That is life moving." Hana smiled faintly. She understood now what had exhausted her. Not emotion, not disturbance, but resistance. Every time she tried to keep peace in place, she tightened against experience. And tightening, no matter how gentle, consumes energy. That night, Hana lay down to sleep with no intention at all. No practice, no reminder. Her body settled naturally. Thoughts appeared and passed. A memory surfaced, then dissolved. There was no sense of guarding calm, no need to maintain balance. Sleep came easily, and on nights when it didn't, rest was still present, because rest no longer depended on calmness. It depended on honesty. Story 2 ends here. Not with serenity perfected, but with effort released. As you lie here now, you may notice that you do not need to stay calm. You do not need to be peaceful. You only need to stop holding yourself in place. Let emotions move quietly. Let the body be heavy. Let the night do its work. In the next story, we will meet someone who believed letting go meant losing control, and discovered instead that letting go is how life finally supports us. For now, rest. The man who held everything together. There was a man named Aaron who believed things worked because he held them together. Not because he wanted power, not because he needed recognition. He simply believed that without his attention, things would fall apart. Aaron planned carefully. He thought ahead, anticipated problems, adjusted before anything went wrong. People often said, "You're so dependable." And he was. But dependability came with a cost he rarely noticed. He was always tense, not visibly, not obviously, but constantly. Even when sitting down, part of him leaned forward. Even when resting, his mind stayed alert, as if life were a fragile structure that required supervision. At night, when Aaron lay in bed, his thoughts did not race. They organized. What needed to be handled tomorrow? What could go wrong? What he should prepare for? Sleep came lightly, easily disturbed. Aaron woke often, not from anxiety, but from readiness. If something needed him, he wanted to be there, even when nothing did. One evening, after a long stretch of nights like this, Aaron noticed how tired his body felt. Not sleepy, worn, the kind of tiredness that comes from never standing down. He sat alone, watching the lights outside his window. Everything seemed fine, and yet he felt as if he were bracing. That was when the thought arose, what if I stopped holding this together? The thought frightened him, not because he imagined disaster, but because he realized he had never tried. The next morning, Aaron took a day off without a plan. This was unusual for him. Even rest was usually scheduled. He walked without direction, letting his steps choose the path. Eventually, he found himself near a wide river. The water moved steadily, not hurried, not cautious. It flowed around rocks, over uneven ground. Aaron sat on a bench and watched. He noticed how the river did not resist obstacles. It did not correct itself. It did not pause to plan. And yet, it continued. Something in Aaron tightened, then softened. He realized how much effort he had spent trying to manage outcomes, as if life needed a handler. A man sat down beside him, older, quiet. They did not speak at first. The river filled the silence. After a while, Aaron said, "I feel like if I don't pay attention, things will fall apart." The man nodded slowly. "That belief," he said, "keeps many people awake." Aaron looked at him. "But isn't it true?" Aaron asked. "Doesn't life require effort?" The man smiled gently. Effort, he said, is useful, but control is exhausting. Aaron felt the difference immediately. He had not been applying effort. He had been gripping. The man picked up a small stick and placed it in the water. It was carried away instantly. Did the river lose control? The man asked. Aaron shook his head. No, he said. It never had it, the man replied. They sat quietly. Aaron felt the tension in his shoulders for the first time that day. Not because it had increased, but because it had been there all along. As you listen now, you may recognize this feeling, the tiredness of always keeping things in check, the habit of staying slightly ahead of life. For now, you do not need to stop controlling. Just notice how much energy it takes. In the next part of this story, Aaron will experiment with releasing control in a very small way and discover that life does not collapse when he steps back. For now, let the breath move naturally. Let the body remain supported. Aaron returned home that evening with the sound of the river still moving somewhere inside him. He noticed how often his body leaned forward, even when there was nothing to respond to. When he unlocked the door, he paused. Normally, his mind would already be moving ahead. What needs to be done tonight? What should be prepared for tomorrow? This time, he stood still for a moment longer. Nothing happened. The house did not fall apart. The evening did not demand him. He set his bag down and sat in a chair without turning on the light. The room was dim, quiet. Aaron felt the familiar urge to mentally organize the night. Dinner, emails, plans. Instead, he noticed the urge itself. It felt like a tightening in the center of his chest. Control, he realized, was not a thought. It was a sensation. That night, when Aaron lay down to sleep, his body remained alert, as it always had. But now, he saw it clearly, the vigilance, the subtle readiness to intervene. He remembered the man's words by the river. Effort is useful. Control is exhausting. Aaron decided to try something very small. He did not let go of everything. He did not relax. He simply chose not to plan the next day, just for tonight. The mind protested immediately. What if you forget something? What if you're not ready? Aaron noticed the questions and did not answer them. He let them sit unanswered. The sensation in his chest grew stronger. Then it shifted, not disappeared, shifted. The tension spread into warmth, then into heaviness. Aaron's breath deepened without his help. He realized something quietly. His body did not know how to hold control forever. It had been waiting for permission to stop. Sleep came in pieces. He drifted, woke, drifted again. Each time he woke, he noticed the same thing. Nothing needed him. The next morning, Aaron woke later than usual. For a brief moment, panic arose. Then he checked the clock. Everything was fine. Nothing had been missed. The world had continued. That surprised him. During the day, Aaron experimented. Small experiments. He let a meeting unfold without steering it. He allowed a conversation to end without resolution. He resisted the urge to correct a detail that did not truly matter. Each time, he felt the same discomfort. A tightening, a sense of risk, and each time, nothing broke. Something else happened instead. His energy returned, not dramatically, gradually. That evening, he went back to the river. The same bench, the same water. The man was not there. Aaron sat alone and watched the current. He noticed how the river did not hesitate. It moved when it needed to move, paused where the ground allowed. No force, no management. For the first time, Aaron understood that control had never been about safety. It had been about fear of uncertainty. And uncertainty, he realized, was not dangerous. It was simply open. As you listen now, you may feel a similar openness, a space where things are not decided yet. You do not need to fill that space. Let it be. In the next part of this story, Aaron will face a moment where control would normally take over and choose gently to step back completely. For now, let the body rest. Let the night hold what you don't need to carry. A few days later, Aaron faced a situation that usually pulled control out of him immediately. A small problem at work. Not urgent, not serious, but unclear. Normally, this was where Aaron excelled. He would step in, clarify roles, guide the outcome. This time, he noticed the familiar surge, the tightening in the chest, the urge to intervene. He paused, just for a breath. He remembered the river, how it moved without deciding where to go next. Aaron chose not to act, not because he was avoiding responsibility, but because he wanted to see what would happen. The discomfort was immediate. His body leaned forward. His mind searched for solutions. He stayed still. Minutes passed. Someone else spoke. Another person offered an idea. The situation began to resolve without him directing it. Aaron felt something unexpected. Relief. Not because the problem was solved, but because he did not have to solve it. That evening, the tiredness returned, but it was different now. Not the worn-down exhaustion of constant effort, a gentle tiredness, the kind that comes after setting something heavy down. At home, Aaron noticed how naturally his body wanted to slow. He did not push himself to relax. He simply allowed the slowing to happen. When he lay down to sleep, the familiar alertness arose. But this time, it felt weaker, like a habit losing momentum. He let his thoughts drift without organizing them. He allowed tomorrow to remain unknown. Sleep came sooner, deeper, unforced. Aaron woke briefly in the night and noticed the quiet. No planning, no scanning, just stillness. He returned to sleep without effort. In the morning, he felt rested in a way that surprised him. Not because everything was under control, but because nothing needed to be. Over the next weeks, Aaron continued practicing this small letting go. Not all the time, not perfectly, just enough. He still planned when needed, still acted when required, but he stopped gripping what did not belong to him. He noticed how much of life unfolded on its own. Conversations found their rhythm. Problems revealed solutions without being forced. And when uncertainty appeared, he stayed with it, not trying to close it, not trying to escape it. He rested inside it. In Buddhism, there is a quiet pointing. When we stop controlling outcomes, we discover that life has been supporting us all along. As you listen now, you may feel the same softening, a release of effort you did not know you were holding. You do not need to let go all at once, just enough for rest to arrive. In the final part of this story, Aaron will understand that letting go of control does not make life chaotic. It makes life breathable. For now, let the body be heavy. Let the breath come and go without direction. Aaron did not stop caring. That was the quiet surprise. He still showed up, still paid attention, still offered effort when effort was needed, but something essential had loosened. He no longer assumed that everything depended on him. When situations became unclear, he felt the old urge rise, the tightening, the readiness, and now he recognized it not as a command, as a habit. Sometimes he stepped in, sometimes he stepped back, and either way, life continued. Evenings became different. When Aaron returned home, he no longer carried the day into the night. He placed his keys down slowly, sat without immediately planning. The house felt quieter, not because it was silent, but because nothing was being managed. At night, when he lay in bed, his body settled naturally. The alertness still appeared at times, but it no longer stayed like a guard realizing the shift was over. Sleep came without negotiation, and when it didn't, rest was still present, because rest no longer required everything to be under control. One afternoon, weeks later, Aaron found himself back by the river. The water moved as it always had, unconcerned, uncontrolled. He watched it for a long time. No insight arrived, no lesson formed. And that felt right. He understood that control had never been about strength. It had been about fear of letting things be incomplete. Now, incompleteness felt spacious, breathable. Aaron stood up and walked away without needing to remember the moment. Story 3 ends here, not with control abandoned, but with control placed where it belongs. Useful when needed, absent when not. As you rest now, you do not need to manage this moment. You do not need to guide what comes next. The body knows how to settle. The night knows how to hold you. In the next story, we will meet someone who learned that even waiting can become exhausting, and discovered that rest begins when we stop anticipating. For now, let the breath be natural. Let the body sink. Rest is already happening. The woman who was always waiting. There was a woman named Mara who spent much of her life waiting. Not impatiently, not anxiously, quietly. She waited for messages to arrive, for answers to become clear, for the next phase of life to begin. From the outside, Mara looked calm. She was not restless. She did not rush. But inside, there was a subtle leaning forward, a feeling that this moment was not quite it, that something else was just ahead. When Mara lay down to sleep, her mind did not replay the past. It leaned toward the future. Tomorrow might bring clarity. Next week might feel lighter. Soon, something will change. These thoughts were not loud. They were gentle, persistent, like a hand resting on a door, waiting for it to open. Mara did not consider herself tired, but her body felt heavy in a way she could not explain. Even after sleeping, there was a sense that rest had not fully arrived. One evening, as the sky darkened, Mara noticed this tiredness clearly. Nothing had gone wrong. The day had been ordinary, and yet she felt worn. She sat by a window, watching lights appear one by one. A realization came quietly. She was tired of waiting for something to begin. She did not know what that something was, only that it always felt just out of reach. That night, Mara dreamed she was standing at a train platform. Trains arrived and departed. Some she boarded briefly, some she missed, but she never left the platform. She woke with a feeling of still standing. The next day, without planning it, Mara took a long walk. No destination, no goal. She followed a narrow path that led toward open land. Eventually, she came across an old shelter near a wide field. Nothing remarkable, just a bench and a view of the sky. Mara sat down and felt something unfamiliar. There was nothing to wait for here. No arrival time, no expectation. The field did not promise anything. At first, this made her uncomfortable. Her mind searched for what should come next. A thought, a feeling, a sign. Nothing appeared. Minutes passed. The discomfort softened. Mara noticed her breath. Not deliberately. It simply drew her attention because there was nothing else pulling it forward. She realized something then. Waiting had become a habit. Not because she lacked patience, but because she believed rest would arrive later. When life finally changed, when answers appeared, when circumstances aligned. Sitting there, with nothing unfolding, she felt the weight of that habit. Waiting, she saw now, was a form of effort, a quiet one, but constant. In Buddhism, there is a gentle insight. Anticipation ties the mind to what is not here, and the body pays the price. Mara remained seated as the light shifted. She noticed how her body began to soften when there was nothing ahead. No next step, no expectation, just sitting. As you listen now, you may recognize this feeling, the tiredness of always leaning toward what comes next. For now, you do not need to stop waiting. Just notice how much energy it takes. In the next part of this story, Mara will discover what happens when she stops expecting relief and allows the present moment to be enough. For now, let the body be heavy. Let the breath move naturally. Nothing else needs to arrive. Mara returned to the field on the following evenings, not because she expected something to happen, but because nothing happened there, and that felt new. Each time she arrived, the same quiet greeted her. The open sky, the unmoving bench, the field that did not promise anything beyond itself. At first, her mind resisted. It asked small questions. How long should I stay? What am I supposed to notice? Is this doing anything? Mara noticed how quickly the mind reached forward, trying to turn stillness into progress. She did not argue with it. She simply stayed seated, breathing, waiting, and then noticing the waiting itself. There was a subtle tension in her body when she waited, a gentle forward pull behind the eyes, a readiness in the chest. It surprised her to feel waiting physically. She had always thought of it as a mental state, but now she saw it was something the body did, like leaning toward a sound that had not yet arrived. One evening, as the sun dipped lower, Mara became aware of a thought. What if nothing changes? The thought was not frightening. It was tired. She felt its weight and did not respond. She did not reassure herself. She did not imagine a future. She let the question hang without answering it. The waiting softened, her shoulders dropped, her breath deepened without effort. Mara noticed something quietly important. When she stopped expecting relief, the body relaxed. Not because relief arrived, but because the effort of waiting ended. Time passed differently now. Moments no longer lined up towards something ahead. They rested where they were. Mara sat longer each evening. Sometimes she watched the sky. Sometimes she closed her eyes. Sometimes she simply felt the contact between her body and the bench. Thoughts came and went. Plans appeared, then dissolved. And beneath it all, there was a steady presence that did not wait. One night, as darkness settled fully, Mara realized she felt rested, not sleepy rested, present rested. The kind of rest that does not depend on anything happening. She walked home slowly. That night, when she lay down, the familiar habit returned. Her mind leaned toward tomorrow. But something was different now. The leaning felt optional. She noticed it and let it be, without feeding it. Sleep came gently, not all at once, in soft waves. She woke briefly and noticed the quiet. No anticipation, no countdown, just the night. In the days that followed, Mara noticed how often waiting appeared. Waiting for messages, waiting for moods to pass, waiting for motivation. And each time she saw the same thing. Waiting tightened her body. Stopping the wait released it. She did not force herself to live in the present. She simply noticed when she was leaning forward and allowed herself to settle back. In Buddhism, this is pointed to softly. Rest is not found by arriving somewhere else. It is found by stopping the journey. As you listen now, you may feel the same settling. A sense that nothing else needs to happen for this moment to be complete. You do not need to wait for sleep to arrive. You can rest even before it does. In the next part of this story, Mara will face a moment where waiting tries to return strongly and discover that patience is not waiting longer, but releasing expectation entirely. For now, let the body be heavy. Let the breath move without leaning forward. Nothing is missing. One evening, waiting returned more strongly than before. Mara noticed it immediately, not as a thought, but as a sensation. A familiar leaning forward, a subtle tension in the chest. Something in her was expecting the quiet to disappear, to be replaced by clarity or relief or a sign. She did not resist the feeling. She stayed seated as the sky darkened. The waiting grew louder inside her. What if this is just avoidance? What if I should be doing something? What if rest is somewhere else? The questions did not frighten her. They tired her. Mara noticed how the body reacted. Her breath shortened slightly. Her jaw tightened. Her shoulders lifted. Waiting, she realized, was not neutral. It asked the body to remain prepared, prepared for what was not here. She placed her hands flat on the bench, felt the solid support beneath them, and then, without making a decision, she stopped leaning. Not forward, not backward. She simply rested where she was. The waiting did not disappear immediately. It hovered. Then, slowly, it lost its urgency, like a sound fading when no one listens. Mara felt a deep heaviness move through her body. Not fatigue, release. Her breath deepened. Her spine softened. For the first time, she noticed how long she had been holding herself slightly forward, even when sitting. Waiting had shaped her posture. Letting go reshaped it. She stayed like that for a long time, not watching, not expecting, just present. Time dissolved. When Mara finally stood, the world felt unchanged, but she was different. That night, sleep arrived quickly, not because she was tired, but because nothing was being anticipated. She slept deeply, without dreams. In the morning, she woke without the familiar sense of something ahead. There were plans, of course, responsibilities, but they did not pull her forward. They waited patiently. Mara noticed how much space that created. During the day, she practiced something simple. When she caught herself waiting, she did not stop the activity. She stopped the leaning. She let her body settle into the moment already happening. Standing became standing. Walking became walking. Listening became listening, without a future attached. The tiredness she carried began to change. It was no longer the fatigue of anticipation. It became the gentle tiredness that invites rest. As you listen now, you may feel your own body settling back. No need to anticipate sleep. No need to wait for rest. Rest is already here when leaning stops. In the final part of this story, Mara will realize that patience is not something she practices, but something that remains when waiting falls away. For now, let the breath be natural. Let the body rest without expecting anything more. Mara did not stop waiting forever. That was not what changed. Waiting still appeared from time to time, the way old habits do. But now, she recognized it before it settled deeply. She felt it in the body first, the slight forward pull, the quiet readiness. And when she noticed it, she did not correct herself. She did not remind herself to be present. She simply stopped leaning. That was enough. Evenings became gentle, not meaningful, not special, just quiet. When Mara sat at home as the day faded, she no longer felt that something else was supposed to begin. The moment did not point anywhere. It rested. At night, when she lay down to sleep, the familiar thought sometimes returned. Tomorrow might feel different. And now, she smiled softly at it, not dismissing it, not following it, letting it pass like a cloud that does not need attention. Sleep came more easily, and when it didn't, rest was still present, because rest no longer depended on what came next. One afternoon, Mara returned to the field where it had begun. The bench was there, the sky wide. She sat down without expecting the feeling to repeat. Nothing special happened, and that felt complete. She noticed how patience no longer felt like endurance. It felt like openness, not waiting longer, but no longer waiting at all. In Buddhism, this is sometimes pointed to gently. The present moment does not arrive. It is what remains when anticipation ends. Mara stood up and walked away without turning back. There was nothing to hold on to, nothing to repeat. Story 4 ends here, not with waiting mastered, but with waiting released. As you rest now, you do not need to anticipate sleep. You do not need to wait for rest to arrive. If your body feels heavy, let it be heavy. If your mind feels quiet, let it be quiet. If thoughts appear, let them pass without leaning forward. In the next story, we will move even deeper into a place where effort itself begins to fade. For now, nothing else is required. Let the night do what it knows how to do. Rest is already here. The one who stopped being someone. There was a person named Elia who felt tired in a way no rest seemed to touch. It was not the body, it was not the mind, it was the feeling of always being someone. Someone with a history, someone with preferences, someone with a way of responding. Even alone, Elia felt this shape, this quiet identity that never fully dissolved. When lying in bed at night, there was no anxiety, no planning. And yet, there was effort. The effort of continuing to exist as someone. A subtle tension in simply being awake. Ilya could not remember when this started, only that it had always been there. A sense of continuity that never rested. One evening, after a day that had gone smoothly, Ilya noticed something unsettling. There was nothing wrong, and still, there was tiredness, not from events, from existence. The thought arose gently. What if I didn't have to be anything right now? The thought did not feel dramatic. It felt dangerous. Without identity, who would be here? Ilya lay still and felt the body breathing. The breath did not belong to anyone. It simply moved. Air entered, air left. No effort. Ilya noticed sensations, warmth, weight, softness. They did not require a name. They did not belong to a story. They happened. In Buddhism, there is a quiet pointing that is rarely spoken aloud. Suffering continues as long as we insist on being someone inside experience. Rest appears when experience is allowed without an owner. Ilya did not understand this intellectually, but something recognized it. A small loosening occurred, not relief, space. The sense of me did not disappear. It simply stopped speaking. For a few moments, there was only breathing, feeling, being, no reference point, no center. The moment did not feel special. That was what surprised Ilya most. It felt ordinary, like resting after carrying something heavy for too long. Then the mind returned. "I'm still here," it said. Ilya did not argue. The body did not tense. The return was gentle, but something had changed. The identity felt lighter, less solid, like a coat that could be set down. That night, sleep arrived without transition. No drifting, no waiting, just absence of effort. As you listen now, you may feel something similar. A tiredness that does not need fixing. A sense that even you can rest. You do not need to let go of who you are. Just notice how much energy it takes to keep being someone. In the next part of this story, Ilya will discover that identity does not need to be destroyed. It only needs to be unused. For now, let the body breathe. Let the sense of self soften. Nothing else is required. In the days that followed, Ilya did not try to repeat that moment. There was no technique, no intention. Life continued in its ordinary rhythm, waking, eating, moving through the day. And yet, something subtle was different. When Ilya spoke, words came without rehearsal. When silence appeared, it was not filled. When emotions rose, they did not ask to be explained. It felt strange at first, as if a familiar reference point had gone quiet. Not gone, just quiet. Ilya noticed how often the sense of me usually stepped forward when making choices, when reacting, when remembering. Now, sometimes, it didn't. Action still happened, responses still came, but they did not feel owned. They simply occurred. One evening, Ilya sat alone as night settled in. There was no urge to reflect on the day, no narrative formed, just the body sitting, breathing. The mind searched briefly for something to hold on to, a thought, a feeling, a role. Finding nothing, it rested. Ilya noticed how peaceful that felt. Not happiness, absence of strain. The sense of being someone was not painful, but it was tiring, like holding a posture without realizing it could be released. As the body softened, a gentle fear appeared. If I don't hold myself together, what remains? Ilya stayed with the question without answering it. The fear did not grow. It thinned, then passed. What remained was not emptiness. It was simplicity, sound, breath, weight. No center, no edge. In Buddhism, this is sometimes hinted at quietly. When the self is not maintained, life continues effortlessly. The idea felt true not because it made sense, but because nothing resisted it. That night, sleep came early, deep, without dreams. In the morning, Ilya woke without the usual sense of picking oneself up. There was no inner assembling. Awareness returned on its own, clear, gentle. Throughout the day, Ilya noticed moments where identity tried to return. A memory surfaced. A preference appeared. An opinion formed. They were not pushed away. They were allowed, and allowed to leave, like visitors who did not need to stay. The tiredness that had followed Ilya for so long began to change. It was no longer heavy. It was dissolving. At night, lying in bed, Ilya noticed how little was needed to rest. No story, no self-image, just the body being allowed to be here. As you listen now, you may feel the same softening. A sense that you do not need to hold yourself together. You do not need to be anyone to rest. In the final part of this story, there will be almost nothing left. No insight, no conclusion, only a quiet closing, where even the idea of rest is no longer necessary. For now, let the breath move. Let the sense of you be optional. Nothing is being asked. There was no final moment when Ilya stopped being someone. Nothing dramatic fell away. No identity shattered. No understanding arrived. It simply became unnecessary to keep assembling a self over and over again. Some days, the sense of me returned. It spoke softly, offered opinions, remembered old stories. Ilya did not resist it and did not follow it, like a familiar sound in another room. Other days, there was no one there to return. Life moved anyway. The body walked, hands reached, words appeared when needed, and when nothing was needed, there was nothing. Not emptiness, ease. At night, lying in bed, Ilya noticed how little was required to sleep. No role to maintain, no self to protect. Breathing happened, weight settled. Even the idea of resting faded. Sleep arrived without being entered, without drifting, just absence of effort. Story 5 ends here, not because something is finished, but because nothing needs to continue. As you rest now, you do not need to remember this story. You do not need to understand it. You do not need to be anyone. The body knows how to sleep. The night knows how to hold you. Let everything be set down, even you. Good night.